officials have determined that gatherings of 10 or more people pose a substantial risk to our community in its continuing efforts to combat the spread of COVID-19. In concurring with their determinations, I also find that this meeting is imperative to the continued operation of town government and services, which are vital to public safety and confidence during this emergency. As such, this meeting will be conducted without a quorum of this body physically present in the same location. At this time, I also welcome members of the public accessing this meeting remotely. Even though this meeting is being conducted in a unique manner under unusual circumstances, the usual rules of conduct and decorum apply. Thank you for your patience. And if everybody could just introduce themselves and say who's in the room with you. I'm Eileen Flockhart, and I'm alone in the room.
Jay Perkins, I'm alone in the room.
Okay.
Kristen Murphy, Natural Resource Planner. I'm alone in my cubicle, but there are others in the room.
Hi, Doug. Gwen English, and I am alone in the room.
Okay. All right. We'll stay tuned to anybody who comes in as things happen. If everybody had a chance to look over minutes, did anybody find anything that was needed to be changed or adjusted? I didn't see anything.
How many people do we need to approve these? All three?
I don't know. Do we need a quorum to do stuff here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was kind of just wondering that myself. So were members appointed to this, or did they volunteer? How was membership established?
I think it was pretty much volunteers who had been working, and then when we became part of the Conservation Commission, everybody just kind of moved over. Nobody was appointed. I know.
So then I don't think that there would be an established quorum, right?
And as a subcommittee, it might be different than a full committee. Oh.
I think you're good to just accept the minutes with the folks that are here. I mean, both Jay and I don't vote, so it would just be the two of you. Right, Jay? You don't typically vote, correct?
No.
So Gwen and I will vote. I move to accept the minutes as written.
Okay. All right, second.
Okay. I'll give you a quick update on the Arbor Day event that we had at Gilman Park. It was attended by a large crowd of about 6 people. But Rustine came down, and Greg was there, and Gwen and Doug and I and Deb Twombly were there. And Russ did a very good job of reading the proclamation, which was signed. And so we've got that all set to go. And we looked at the 7 new trees that have been planted, and all have water bags, the tree diapers attached, and everything seems good. They're all October glories. And I was wondering, we have 2 October glory trees on Park Street Common, which have, for the second time in about 6 or 7 years, have developed that black spot thing. I didn't see any of that on the new trees, but I just wondered if that's something we need to worry about. But Jay, I think you're muted again.
I did. We can look at it. I'll take a look at them.
Okay.
I didn't realize that was on those at Park
Well,
Street.
it happened a couple of years ago, and I think I asked Dave Short about it, and he said, no, it's not a huge problem. And but when I saw it, it was just those 2 trees, not any other maples on the common. And
On the October flores?
yeah, the Scully tree and the one near the point. So anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that. But I just want to be sure, since we have all the same tree at Gilman Park, that if something comes up, we want to be aware of it. I was sort of hoping that we could have a little bit of variety, but the other sweet gum trees they wanted to do were not available. But that brings up your point, Kristen, that we want to know what native species we can get at local nurseries. And if that's what we want to do, we need to know, can they get them for us, or they'll just say, well, they're not, you'll have to wait 10 years for that kind of tree or something. So, but anyhow, so we've checked off that box for our Tree City USA application, and I have a copy of it to send with our reapplication process. So, but the trees look good out there, and they made a nice sort of welcoming space all the way around in kind of a circle. And Greg certainly has plans for both more trees and a playground and a bunch of stuff. So it was nice to hear that. And I think he and Rustine had a chance to chat about it, which was probably good. So that's all there was for that. And
yeah, I did get out there, not for the event, but I went out earlier in the day after the trees had been planted, and it was a nice change. I think you could kind of visualize the change in, there's shade spots out there now in the grassy area. I just think it's a good addition.
Yeah, you could sort of see some kind of very low-key, family musical event, families with kids and blankets and playing in that grassy area. And there's still a little ball field. And so it's got a lot of potential. And it would be nice to see more people hanging out there. But so I'm going to move on to where we are with the tree ordinance. And I'd first like to thank Gwen and Kristen and Sally as well for a lot of work that went into that. Kristen presented it to the Conservation Commission last night, and they're going to take a good look at it and maybe have a more lively discussion of, what their input might be and if they have any suggestions. But Kristen, you want to sort of add to that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk in too much detail last night, but, I kind of went over where this would fall in regulations, how we've gone the town ordinance route, and we did not step through the document. But I think it would be helpful, perhaps at the next meeting, to have it earlier on the agenda with a presentation from someone from the tree committee to kind of step through the components of the document. So that moving forward, the Conservation Commission, following a recommendation from your group, could then recommend to the select board that this be considered for adoption. So I think we're really close. And I suggested to the commission, if they had any comments, to get them to me. I did not put a deadline on that, but if you have one, I can follow up today with an email to them on when we would like comments by.
Oh, that's a good idea. When is their next meeting?
July
second Tuesday of July?
13th. Yeah. So typically we have all materials by July 2nd. But that, it feels like that's knocking on our doorstep already.
When I was looking through the tree ordinance, I had a couple of spots that I wanted to make a comment on, and I wondered, I know that I sent along a comment that Greg Jordan had about using the term caliper versus DBH, and that's something we can contemplate. But in the section under tree warden, and it goes down to assessment of trees for potential hazards to public safety.
What page are you on?
I think this is page 4.
Oh, yeah, top of the page.
Yeah, top of the page.
So trees. Yeah,
Refers to the Site Review Technical Advisory Committee.
yep.
Okay. I would very much like to see the may change to a shall.
That I'll let Jay comment on that. Well, that was something that based on a conversation we worked on this for a while a few weeks ago, and at this point I shouldn't even go here. Jay, you should be the one to share your thoughts on this. My interpretation was that this was not a task that you felt was part of your part of your assignment as a tree warden, and that if they asked you to help, that you would be willing to, but to participate in all the technical advisory committee proceedings, that was not, you didn't feel that was really part of your role. Did I misinterpret that?
No, I think you said it well. And the planning board has their own regulations, and like I said, it's a lot, and I always step in and I would help any requests from Kristen and folks at planning on anything they need. But to have it as part of it, I think it's too much.
Would it clarify it if we once again referred to, if there's a new park being planned somewhere in town, would that go before the planning board?
No, probably not.
No.
Or some, if the shall referred to public and street trees and park trees, then the shall would be more appropriate to have Jay be responsible for. But when it comes to private development or whatever, he really doesn't have that kind of jurisdiction, I guess, is what I'm guessing.
Right. I think that's why we left it, as I would help or respond to any requests for help. And I think that's where we should leave it as may. Kristen, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jay. I do think Eileen has a good point that landscaping within the town right-of-way and town properties should receive some sort of consultation or coordination with you if, your crew and staff are the ones ultimately responsible for maintaining and managing those trees. But I also look at this document and I see, holy cow, Jay.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's like we've just given Jay another whole,
A lot.
a huge job.
And I don't know that it's a new job. I guess I feel like for the first time I sort of understand, and I think it's important that we do, but I sort of understand the weight of this workload, and I think it's good. So I guess so I too would defer to you, Jay, but to me, I think maybe it could be revised to say shall for town right-of-way and town properties, and then may for for the TRC, because I think, and it's also technical review committee, but I think,
Right.
Knowing that you can be a second, a second person to bounce these things off. I review a lot of those and express concerns a lot about, uniform tree species, for disease, just like you brought up, Eileen, but sometimes it's met with deaf ears. So I think maybe splitting those two areas out would be helpful.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Okay.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kristen. Reading this and putting it all together, I was overwhelmed by the amount of work that Jay is overseeing, and it's a lot.
And I guess it begs the question, Jay, is there some of that burden that this committee can help you with?
Is what?
Is there some, sorry, I don't know where my mic is. Can this tree committee help you with some of that burden? Is there some responsibilities here that are attributed to you that this committee could assist with?
I'd have to review it, looking at it that way, but I don't think so at this point.
I'd like to, sort of segue to another piece of our tree committee pie, the educational component of it, that I would love to see Bob Glowacki and all of us put our heads together and do a little piece on who is a tree warden and what does he do? And, we had that gentleman who came to a meeting before who didn't even know we had a tree warden. And I'm willing to bet that you could ask 75, 80% of the people in this town, did you know we have a tree warden? Do you know who he is? And just having that information, the fact that there is that position and, it's important enough to be there. Is it important enough to really fund intelligently and, sufficiently? But, if people know more about it, when it comes to, making some adjustments and improvements in funding, that they say, oh, did you see what this guy has to do? Oh my God, yes, he needs more staff. He needs some more money to do. He needs one of those cherry picker trucks to do this. Yes, he does. But if people don't know, they look at it and say, well, we can't afford to do that,
Yeah. I think that could be a double-edged sword too. The phone could start ringing really fast.
I know. Well, we could find a way to do it delicately so we don't kill you with kindness there and say, oh, did you know what he did? Oh, I'm going to call Jay.
Yeah.
But I think everybody's realizing, how many different pieces of the pie there are for Jay's work, which is a piece of what he also does.
It's busy at times, most of the time.
Most of the time.
I think if budget recognition or support is part of it, it would be helpful, Jay, to somehow track the number of responses and interactions you're having with regard to this. I don't know if that's a burden or an easy thing to do, but are you usually reached out to by email or is it by phone?
Mostly 99% of the time by phone message. It's usually in a hurry, tree.
So that's a tougher thing to track, but okay.
As far as doing unless anybody had any other comments or questions about the ordinance, I think giving the Conservation Commission and anyone else we can think of time to look at it and reflect on it and say, okay, we've got a couple of weeks to see what other kind of tuning up we might need to do. And then I would guess sometime after the Conservation Commission has some discussion about it, then down the road, we would plan to present it to the Select Board. I think we want to be able to say to the Select Board, not only have we created this document and gotten input from a lot of sources, but that the Conservation Commission has weighed in on it. If there's anybody else, any other groups that we should have get input from and say, this is the product of a lot of a concerted effort from a lot of different groups in a way, so that I think it stands a better chance of approval if we can do that. So,
Right.
I did want to talk specifically with Jay and Gwen present about the caliper versus DBH. And I guess, so my understanding was our zoning or maybe site plan subdivision regs had caliper. It was misspelled, but had caliper in it. And when the significant tree regulations were updated, my understanding was they switched to DBH because it talks not only about, size, but tells you where on the tree to measure it. And so it seemed like a more intuitive way, but I don't know how trees are sold in a nursery. So Greg probably made that suggestion based on how trees are sold. So Jay, do you have thoughts about that?
Yeah, they're typically sold by caliper. Most retail stratum circle and all of them are sold. That's what I'm used to, is by the caliper.
Oh, where do they measure the caliper, Jay?
It's in the middle between the top of the stem coming out of the root ball to the start of the first branches, right between halfway point between those two.
Okay.
And that's the standard of where they measure it from.
Okay.
So it would be center stem.
So when we have mature trees, Jay, does that still apply? If you have like a multi-trunk mature tree, how would something like that work?
It would be from the main stem. However, just trying to think. I don't have a lot of experience with that because most of the newer trees, anything over a 4 or 5 inch caliper is very difficult to plant into haul without specialized equipment.
Yeah.
So I would say it would be by the main stem, by the leading stem, and similar to the same place, but you can do it both ways.
That's a good idea. Maybe it's caliper for new trees and new plantings, and it's DBH to evaluate.
Right.
I like that idea. We can add that in the definitions.
Yeah, I like that. And I think, for people who are looking to purchase a new tree, caliper is probably fairly easy to get your head around. You can hold on to a trunk of a tree and say, oh, that's a good sized tree.
Right.
But when you're looking at a tree on High Street that's getting cut down, DBH makes more sense.
Exactly. So I think both.
Okay, good. Was there anything else? You said that I didn't see the note from Greg about that. Was there anything else that he had mentioned?
No, he had just gotten it, and I guess he'd thought about wanting to make that comment a while ago. So he just shot me that quick thing, and I sent it on to Kristen. But so I haven't gotten any additional feedback from Greg yet.
Okay.
I kind of thought he was going to be here today, but we'll have to catch up.
Okay. And Kristen, I'll go through and change. I wondered about this, the advisory review committee, change it to technical review.
Yeah.
I'll change that to TRC. At the end, and we may want to postpone any big discussions about this, but at the end of the ordinance pages, I put in notes of things that I thought at some point we'd have to review and discuss, like penalties and enforcement.
Yeah.
And I guess my feeling was that, in reading the Arbor Day documents, they seem pretty. They made a comment that those really need to be in an ordinance. So I thought at least these could be placeholders, and we can use them down the road and figure out what what penalties would be, what that process would look like, where money would be held, because I have no idea how that would work. But I thought at least we could have something in the document that indicates that is coming. And if you have thoughts, we certainly can. It's up to you, Eileen, if you want to discuss it now or wait or.
Well, I think it is something that we need to somehow tackle. I know when I read the Portsmouth provisions for their penalties and stuff, they have a legal counsel on staff who handles any kind of payments for abuses, and I don't think we've got anybody who's raising their hand to say, sure, I can do that, and to add that to Jay's plate sounds like, I don't know. It's important to know that there is a pen, but it's sort of like, if you walk your dog on Park Street Common, there's $100 fine. I haven't ever seen anybody get fined $100 for walking their dog.
Mm-hmm. And we don't have a legal department. The town attorney, we have a town attorney that we can call, but it adds up. And anything legal is expensive. And Hampton actually has legal. I think Portsmouth does too. That works for the city all the time.
Yeah,
and we just don't.
Is it unusual for a town our size not to have a legal department? No.
I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could look at Keene. Keene seems like isn't it a similar community, and see.
Does Dover?
Good idea.
Dover is much larger, but Dover does have on-staff legal.
Oh. Well, there may be something that we'll also get some feedback from the Conservation Commission on too, to see, because obviously you've set it up as sort of questions of how could we do it, and I think that might be something they would respond to as well. Kristen, did they appoint a person from the ConsCom to the tree committee?
No, I realized that after the meeting. That was one of the things that my intention for raising it, but no, we did not. So we'll have to talk about that in July.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
I think it could be challenging just with the daytime meetings, but we'll see.
Yeah. I know that Dave Short said he'd be glad to help us with anything that we're doing. Just don't make him come to a meeting.
Speaking of
since
which,
he was already there for the Conservation Commission.
I'm getting texts right now that I need to get to the next meeting, so I'm going to have to take off.
Okay, thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
Ooh. Down to bare bones here.
Yeah, we are. This is the hardcore.
Yeah.
But
I am really pleased with how this ordinance has come together. I think you guys did. I mean, it was mostly Gwen and Sally who did the work here, and I think. Oh, hi, Sally.
Hi, Sally.
There she is.
I think
we were just talking about you.
It really looks great. I'm pleased with how this has come together. I think a town ordinance is the right fit for this regulation. So
yeah.
Well done, you guys.
Thank you.
Well done, all three of you. And it's just great to be able, I say it every time that, I sit here and I go, I got all these amazing people that show up and have all these skills and we get stuff done. I'm like, okay. Let's go with it. But I think we really are close. And as I was saying, if we get a little more input from the Conservation Commission and anybody else who might want to weigh in, then when we get to the select board, we're in a pretty good spot to be able to say, how can you not do this, right?
So,
Hi, Sally.
better late than never.
That's okay.
I missed, of course, the earlier discussion. Kristen, how did it go last night? You just shared the document with the Conservation Commission. It will be discussed next month. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I was just saying I had forgotten to ask for a representative. So I'll have to bring that up in July as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I wonder if this committee would benefit from a deadline. So if July 2nd is when we want to have this document finalized to get to Concom, should we have a deadline for comments from this committee?
Oh, yeah. Could we say, please send us comments by July 2nd? Does that give them enough time?
I don't think it gives enough time. So if this committee is providing comments to make changes, that wouldn't give enough time. So maybe I was thinking the 18th or the 25th, and then that would give a week to incorporate any changes.
Yeah, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, does to me.
Tell me those dates again.
Yeah, so if this committee got comments back to whoever they should direct them to, Gwen or Sally or myself, by either the 18th or the 25th at the latest.
Of July?
No,
June.
Oh, of June. June, I'm looking. 18th and 25th of July, those are Sundays. I don't think they're going to want to do that.
I think we should do earlier rather than later, just so we don't miss the train. So I would say that, and people have already seen the document, but if we give people the deadline of the 18th, I think that's plenty of time for comments, but also time to incorporate them for the.
So the 18th?
Yeah, the 18th.
Yeah.
And so the thinking is, the Conservation Commission already has the document, right?
Yeah.
So would we send them a revised document based on the comments from the tree committee, or what? How would that unfold?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I was envisioning, I guess it depends on what the changes are, right?
Okay.
But it's probably likely there won't be many changes.
Yeah.
So
okay.
If that's
I am guessing we haven't heard any alarms from anyone. So okay. So we'll just deal with that when the deadline comes up, the 18th, and we'll see where we are. Right? Okay. I think that makes sense. And if the three of us would be the ones who've been working on this, would incorporate those changes, that timing works for me. That timing works for me. So, Eileen, would you send out a message to the committee asking for comments by the 18th?
Yeah, I can do that.
Great.
Am I muted? No.
Oh, you're good.
And we have, are there email lists for everybody on the ConsCom committee on their page?
I have their emails. I do have their email addresses.
Okay.
Well, we're talking about a message to the tree committee. That's what we're talking about, right?
No. I thought you were talking about the Conservation Commission.
No.
Asking them to respond by the 18th of June.
Oh, no. It's that the tree committee will respond by the 18th of June, and then we'll incorporate those, whatever changes there might be, for discussion at the Conservation Commission at their next meeting, which is, when is their next meeting? Is it a week early?
July 13th.
Oh, July 13th. Okay.
Okay. So we want everybody who wasn't here to respond.
Yep.
Okay.
Eileen, I can send out just those, I can just make the edits that we talked about today. I can revise that and send it out to you if you want me to do that. I can do that immediately.
Well, yeah, whether
And they'd have the updated with the caliper issue and the technical review committee.
why don't you just give me like 2 or 3 of those bullet points, and I'll include that in the email.
Okay, I can do that.
That might make it easier for people to focus on that.
Yep, they'll find it more easily. Okay.
One question the commission had, they asked about the different colors in the document, and I wasn't sure either. So when I presented it to them, I kept the colors there because I didn't know if that would be a part of the discussion that we were having.
I think that was just oh, am I muted?
No.
I think that was just a holdover from our editing.
Okay.
Rather than something they needed to pay attention to.
Okay.
Right. Those were changes that we made after our last meeting, and I just thought it might be easier. And it was after I met with Jay. So it was based on the conversation with Jay, and I just thought it would maybe make it easier if you all knew what had changed since the last meeting.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
But they can be black now.
Okay. In addition to the ordinance, there's one other thing I wanted to just bring up. There are a couple of things we had talked about. Maybe doing another tree walk and talk and tree labeling, and I think we want to wait on those discussions until everybody's here. But one thing that I think we could sort of begin to think about, when I looked at the recommended tree list that Kristen sent us and some other things that we talked about, to look at the angle of the educational component of the tree committee, and how do we want to begin to do that? You know, if the tree ordinance is set, then what's our mission? What are we trying to accomplish? And I know that Bob Glowacki had suggested that we could do little videos about stuff. We could do a sit down talk in front of his little studio. We could do a bunch of things. But ways to engage, kids in schools now that even though schools are winding down, things have been happening, pollinator gardens and stuff at the middle school. I don't know if it's still happening there. What other aspects of the community? I know that folks at Riverwoods were suggesting we could take a walk over there in their arboretum. And what other kinds of things are available in town that people might not know about? And, so I'm just trying to, brainstorm things that we might want to do and ways to make information, like, for instance, this tree list, ways to make that accessible to the public. And not everybody, as Bob has mentioned a couple of times, not everybody goes to the town website and looks through the committee and looks to see information. What other ways could it be more user-friendly, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And, things that we could do in the community. Maybe we get a booth at the team music event on Swayze Parkway or something, or things like that we could just be thinking about. And when we talked about labeling the trees in Swayze Parkway after doing the walk, and if there is a music event down in Swayze Parkway, maybe at the same time we have a little tree walk, or we have something for kids. We have a scavenger hunt. You got to find all these trees. I guess that's the teacher in me coming out saying, we need to do this kind of stuff because that's how people learn about the trees, and that's how people care about the trees.
Yeah, I think all of those are fantastic ideas. But I think we should start first with, so when this is preparing to go to the select board, maybe some blurbs about the ordinance. I loved your idea about what is a tree warden, and that, so we start maybe with, hey, heads up, this is something we're considering. Here's a public hearing on it. Or, hey, this was adopted. Maybe we want to wait until after it's been adopted. And then do outreach to make the community aware that the regulatory side of it exists. But I also like highlighting, just like you had sent me the other day about, hey, there's lots of stuff happening relevant to trees in town. The tree committee is a part of some of this. So Facebook is a great option for regular shares about that. And then some of these targeted event-based things, I think are great. It's a matter of capacity. So maybe come up with some sort of frequency for how often you want to have community touch points, and then develop a schedule and some concept events.
Yeah. Well, I think I can sort of throw that out for everybody, in addition to asking for feedback on the ordinance by the 18th, and say, we're also going to be discussing that in our July meeting, and bring your ideas and suggestions, and we can kick that around.
So we've kind of gone through this with rains as well. And to me, it seems like having a list of the events kind of helps you think of more events. And so maybe if you start with a list of the things that you just mentioned when you send it out to the committee. And then as time permits, the committee can pick and say, hey, time would be great for there's this event at Swayze Parkway. This would be a great thing to plug into the tree walk along the parkway, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I can work on just a bunch of ideas, right? Throwing them out, and if anybody else,
I think lists are very provocative, and I think that we get a list out there, and it will lead to other things. It will be very productive, I think. I like that.
This made me think of something. I was in Pictures Worth about a month ago, and somebody, I don't know if it was Bill Child's work, but there were beautiful paintings of trees. And I commented on them, and I told John what the tree committee was doing. He was very excited about it. Oh. He said, gosh, anytime you want me
Is John the owner?
John Siegel, and he said, I'd be more than happy to do like a special exhibit on trees. But I just thought of that, and I thought, God, it would be fun to have like an art day where people would go out and on Swayze Park or throughout town and get artists to go out and paint trees and then have those displayed.
Paint trees, photograph trees.
Photograph trees too.
And some of your Water Street businesses, Water Street Bookstore did that wonderful thing with the kids in the middle of a pandemic, and they couldn't touch anything or go anywhere, and they dropped off their artwork in a box outside on the steps, and they created a window for us for that. You could sort of picture things hanging outside at the Green Bean or John's or any place where you could do stuff like that. I think it's, but it's nice to hear that someone, like John gets enthusiastic and says, oh, I could do that.
Yeah, he was very excited. He was also very grateful that there was a group that was trying to do what they could to increase the number of trees on our streets and protect the trees that we have.
Yeah. Speaking of which, outside, not John's place, but a little bit down by the corner, is a tree that's died. And I don't know what happened to that tree, but it's not a brand new tree.
Oh.
In front of the little green boat out building that's now a noodle shop or something. Dead as a doornail.
Oh.
So
that would be something we should raise to Jay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. I meant to say something to Jay before he left, but anyhow, I'm sure, if you're a shop owner and all of a sudden the tree in front of your shop dies, that's sad.
Yeah.
But
Good to know.
yeah. Well, I'll do some more brainstorming and mention it to a couple of people and just sort of see where we go. And I know that Deb Twombly had talked about doing something with tree labeling, so I may ask her to do a little more research. She found one company. I know there's a couple of others that we can explore.
I had talked to, I actually sent a message to somebody at, I can't remember whether it was Bowdoin or Colby, who had done some tree work on campus, and it was a really cool label, but I haven't heard back.
Oh, okay.
But I did talk to Kevin Green about labels, and he was going to look into something. And I think labeling our trees is really a way to go. And we might start by labeling the newly planted ones and take it from there. But we have to have some sort of a system for doing it. But I think it's very important in terms of education, so people can look at the tree and say, "Oh, that's what that is," and I love it. I'm going to put one in my yard.
Right.
So.
Right.
I think Riverwoods has labels on their trees, and they have little pictures of leaves on them, so you can identify the leaf and match it to the tree. Of course, they match it with the right label, but and then I think it's VOSS. That was the name of the company. I haven't looked into it, but
V as in Victor.
V as in Victor. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Okay.
They've got labels all throughout the campus on their trees, which is pretty cool.
And Voss Signs is very reasonable.
Oh, so you've seen them.
They do almost all of our kiosk orders.
Oh, really? Okay.
They're not local, but they are good.
Okay.
Huh. Okay.
Okay.
All right. In spite of the small numbers here, I think we've come up with a lot of great ideas, and I will send around a little summary of what we've done, plus the request to give us feedback on the ordinance before the CONSCOM wants to discuss it. And so their meeting would be the 13th of July. So when do we want to try to meet again? I'm looking at the 7th or the 14th, but maybe we want to meet before they? I don't know.
What? I don't have my calendar. What day is the 18th? Is that
Of June?
of July? Oh, yeah.
No, you don't want that. That's a Sunday.
Oh, no, of June.
June is.
God. Yeah. Now I'm confused. 18th of June.
June 18th is a Friday.
That's a Friday. So if we need to have a meeting, maybe it would be the following Wednesday.
In June?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta tell you,
much.
my husband's having shoulder surgery the day before, so
No, you're not.
I'm not volunteering for that.
No,
Okay.
No.
You don't want to do that.
you need to take good care of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah.
I don't think we need to.
Maybe we don't need one.
I mean, unless I got a bunch of responses from the other members of the tree committee, like, whoa, stop the music. Yeah, this doesn't look right. I don't think we're going to get that response. I think we might get some suggestions, but I think we would be all right to meet, let's say, July 7th, which would be before the CONSCOM, or maybe we want to meet right after they meet. I don't know. What's your thought?
Well, if we met after their meeting, we could then discuss whatever suggestions they have before we take it to the select board.
Yeah, that might make the most sense.
So that would make us, we're talking now about the 14th?
The 14th.
Yeah.
So 14th work for you folks?
So far, so good.
Kristen?
I think so. I'm checking.
Okay.
Wednesday, July 14th at 8:30.
Bastille Day. We'll have to run down the street carrying wine glasses on a tray.
Liberté, fraternité.
Egalité.
Egalité.
So, Sally, your question and this discussion kind of prompted, you were saying, how will this unfold with the Conservation Commission? Maybe the best approach is to include them in that deadline, that comment deadline, for the tree committee, have the July 13th meeting be them prepared to recommend that this move forward to the select board.
Oh.
Is that too fast, do you think? Because if your intention is to go from the July, what did we just say, 14th meeting to the select board, you want to do that with their recommendation, right?
With the Conservation Commission recommendation. Yeah, that's a good point in terms of the timing.
We might want to have some time to digest what the Conservation Commission has suggested too.
Yeah.
Either way.
So,
yeah, but
if you'd like to come down to our office, we can pull a file and you can review it on whatever information.
You know what I always say when we have dilemmas like this and involvement, and democracy's messy. It's good, but it's messy. So nothing's smooth about it. But
No.
I'm guessing that it would be, so we can say to the Conservation Commission, please look at it by the 18th, be prepared to discuss it at your next meeting. But I think that they're having a discussion might be more productive of the final document than just leaving it to individual comments, because I think those discussions usually are productive.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go ahead and tell them, we can say to the Conservation Commission, this is what we're doing. We're having comments by the 18th. If you want to share any comments with us ahead of time, great, but be prepared to discuss it at the next meeting. And I also think that as these things go, and having been on the Conservation Commission, that, these are all busy volunteers and probably don't pay too much attention until a couple of days before the meeting.
Deadline, that's right.
That's why deadlines are good, but
okay, that sounds good.
And it's also, from what Bob was saying, it is possible that the next Conservation Commission meeting could be live at the town office.
Oh, yeah.
So we might have an opportunity to sit in on that discussion.
Yeah.
Not that we couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, my hope is there will be a tree committee member there to present and discuss this.
Yeah.
And that's, let's see, that's, I want to make sure. We said that was on the 13th, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when will we know if it's live or Zoom? We know?
This month, the 11th, I think, is when the order expires.
Oh, I see.
And I think the select board is meeting to develop policy on the 14th of June.
Bob was saying he wasn't sure if live meetings would apply to us as a subcommittee and that we might still be able to meet?
No, I think you'd still have to. I was just saying that there's a hybrid option available. If I would assume there's still a quorum. Because what you guys mentioned before about having a quorum. So I guess you'd have to look into that, but
yeah. News at 11. We don't know.
Yeah.
I think when we were at Gilman Park, Russ Dean was commenting on that and was hoping that he could get some more information on the possibility of hybrid meetings.
Yeah.
We'll have that ready at some point soon. But he didn't, at that point, he didn't know whether those would be an option or not. Would be great.
And last night, Julie Gilman had said that their intention, I think, is to develop a policy at their meeting on the 14th, which is after the order expires. So they'll have the governor's order in hand to use to set that policy.
Okay.
All right. So stay tuned, everybody. Well, I think we've done quite a bit, and I feel good about, being able to get some input and having a good discussion in July from the Conservation Commission, knowing that we'll feel a little more confident to proceed after that. And then maybe with that feedback, we'll get a better sense of, what our timeline is going to be.
There was at one point we discussed the need for our legal review of the ordinance. So would that happen before the select board or after the select board?
I'm guessing before, no? I don't know.
I don't know how the ordinance is.
And who would it be? Who would?
They would check how that works. They might request it, but I'll check with Russ to find out.
Great.
Okay.
We're good?
All right. Well, if no one has any other new business or anything else they want to bring up, I think we can let you go on your way and keep cool for the rest of the day.
Okay.
I've heard that Thursday and Friday are going to be 70 and 68 or something, and I thought,
yay!
Doesn't that sound good?
I can't wait.
Oh, Lord.
Great.
All right. Thank you all.
Good meeting.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. See you later.
Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Bob?
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
Take me out tonight. Take me anywhere. Don't care, don't care, don't care. And in the dark and underpass, I thought, oh God, my chance has come at last. But then a strange fear gripped me and I just couldn't ask. Take me out tonight. Oh, take me anywhere. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Driving in your car, I never want to go home because I haven't got one all alone. Oh, I haven't got one. Under the strung out. I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Let me go on, like I blister in the sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the one. Body and beats, I stain my sheets.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
Yeah.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
just turn around. And it wears me out. It wears me out. It wears me out. It wears me out. And if I could be who you wanted, if I could be.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
I know it's too late. Lost in a forest, all alone. The goal was never there. It's always the same. I'm running towards nothing. Again and again and again and again and again.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
spouts out creation, run the tip of its tongues, and it is saying, well, we ain't sure where you stand. You ain't machines and you ain't land, and the plants and the animals, they are land, and the plants and the animals eat each other.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
My brain's the burger and my heart's the cold. I'm trying to get my hair clear. I push things out my mouth, I get refilled through my ears. I get refilled through my ears. I get refilled through my ears. I'm on my way to God, don't know or don't care. My brain's the weak heart and my heart's the long stairs. My heart's the long stairs. My heart's the long stairs. In the land from Vancouver shores, the ravens and the seagulls push each other inward and outward. Inward and outward. In this place that I call home, my brain's a cliff and my heart's the bitter buffalo. My heart's the bitter buffalo. We tore one down and erected another there. The man shoved the century out since we're staying here. I'm on my way, God don't know. My brain's the burger and my heart's the cold. This life that we call home, the years go fast and the days go so slow. The days go so slow. The days go slow.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
Yesterday, holding hands with you, used to say, used to hold on to. What's going on with you? Yesterday, we used to hold on to one more day in this town. What more can I do? Yesterday, holding hands with you, used to say, used to hold on to. You've been gone, and I've been lied to. What went wrong? What more can I do? Yesterday, we used to hold on to one more day in this town. What more can I do? This is my mistake. Let me make it good. I raise the wall. I will be the one to knock it down. The rich understanding of my finest concerns.
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
So can I call you Mercury? Yes, you can be the universe and contained in a small star. New height, hold it, protect it, love it. I will be your number one. I will see you home. I hope you like aeroplanes, I hope you like trains, I hope you like distances, honey. Sometimes that's all that remains. I will be the world for you. That might not be enough. Will you be the same for me? Will you? Now my stars follow your step. Watch you fall and leap. Wait till my sky wonders to reach the black. Touch your name, kiss the cheek. Spread the light of day, fire warms the heart. Send a touch and whisper on the bed. Climb to the top that height. Chase the past to go. Now my name calls your mind back. Grasp for our life. Kindle, hold it, protect it, love it. Hold it, take it, love it. So it just remains for me to say, I'll run across this whole big world. Compare the best of their days with the worst of your days. You want to win with your standards so high and your spirit so low. At least remember, this is you on a bad day, you on a pale day. Just do
More than 1 in 5 households in the United States depend on septic systems to treat their wastewater. A properly maintained septic system safeguards your family's health, protects the environment, and can save you thousands of dollars on repairs. What can I do to protect my system? Quick tip number 6. Don't overload the commode. Remember, your toilet is not a trash can. Here's some easy advice. Do not flush anything besides human waste and toilet paper. Everything that goes down your toilet ends up in your septic system. Items such as diapers and baby wipes, hygiene products, cigarette butts, and cat litter belong in the trash, not your toilet. They do not decompose in your septic tank and can shorten the life of your system. Harsh chemicals from drain cleaners and some cleaning products can also harm your septic system and should be used sparingly. Flushing such items down the toilet can clog your pipes and damage your septic system, which can result in costly repairs. So do your part to be septic smart. Always dispose of these non-flushable items in the trash. Watch our other quick tip videos to learn more about how you can be septic smart. For additional information, visit www.epa.gov/septic.
Looking for new ways to interact with and be informed about what's going on around town? You may want to register for Exeter NH Alert by Smart 911 and Rave Mobile Safety, the official emergency notification system used by the Town of Exeter's emergency services to alert community residents during emergencies. You can register on the town website and set your preferences for what types of alerts you want to receive, such as weather, traffic, emergency, and more. Customize if you want to be notified by text, email, and/or voice message, or download the app Smart 911. You can also download the My Exeter app to report various issues from potholes to issues with the town website. The app also has information on the select board, contact information for various town departments, and highlighted information about our parks and other public services. On the town website under Information Technology, you can find a detailed video where Exeter TV's Bob Lowacki provides an in-depth look at the app and its features.
Turn to me as I call out your name. Tell me you love me and I'll do the same. But don't look away. Oh, don't look away. Don't look away. To me as I scream out in pain, leaving me hopeless and mindless refrain. You turn to me and leave me in shame. My heart still bleeds, memories still stain. Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away. You turn away and look back to me. Don't give up the fight so easily. Asking me questions, don't know, can't see. Living my life in your true honesty. Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away. plenty more for everyone. Sometimes with you I'm feeling fine. Then you remind me it's a matter of time. Who needs tomorrow when all I need was you? All I needed was you.
everybody. I will then call the meeting to order right now as it's 6:30. Good evening, Exeter. Good evening to my colleagues on the select board, respective town staff, those of you who may be joining via Zoom, or those viewing from home on Facebook at Channel 22, hopefully under air conditioner. Welcome to the June 7th, 2021 Exeter Select Board meeting. As chair of the Exeter Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Public notice of this meeting was posted on the town website and on the bulletin board of the town offices at 10 Front Street on June 4th, 2021. As provided in that public notice, the public may access the meeting online and via phone. We remind everybody that the usual rules of conduct and decorum apply. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting shall be done via roll call vote. I'll start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance of the select board. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting and who that person is, which is required under the right to know law. Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf will not be able to attend this evening, so we'll have a 4-person board with us. Selectman Brown, good evening.
Evening, I am here alone.
Thank you. Our clerk, Selectwoman Julie Gilman, good evening.
Good evening, I am also alone.
And our Vice Chair, Selectwoman Molly Cowan.
Hi, everyone, here by myself.
And I'm Nico Papakostandis, and I am also alone in the room. With us, our Town Manager, Mr. Russ Dean. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I'm in the office and I am alone.
Okay. Our first order of business, as we talked about in our last meeting, is to go into non-public session briefly under the RSA 91A 32C. And I'll need a motion to enter into non-public, and the motion will need to cite the RSA.
Mr. Chair, I move to enter into a non-public session under RSA 91-A:3, 2 parentheses C, a tax waiver and perhaps reputational harm.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectwoman Cowan?
Yes.
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
Clerk says aye, Mr. Chair.
Aye, it's unanimous. We'll move into non-public session. We'll exit here, go into our Zoom invite. When we're done there, we'll come back to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to this live coverage from Exeter TV. The board is currently in a non-public session and will return shortly. While we wait, let's learn more about Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well. Thank you for tuning in to this live coverage from Exeter TV. The board is currently in a non-public session and will return shortly. While we wait, let's learn more about Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13 with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well. Thank you for tuning in to this live coverage from Exeter TV. The board is currently in a non-public session and will return shortly. While we wait, let's learn more about Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13 with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.
So I'll just say the slate can come down for the non-public. We're finished with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have everybody back? We do. Okay. Thank you, folks, for waiting. The board was in non-public session briefly. We did have our introductions, but once again with us this evening, we have Vice Chair Selectwoman Cowan, Clerk Selectwoman Gilman, Selectman Brown. Unfortunately, Selectwoman Roundtree Olaf will be absent this evening, so we'll be a four-person board. Also with us this evening is our town manager, Mr. Dean. All of us stated previously that we are alone in the room, respective rooms that we're in. We are now joined by our recording secretary, Joanna Bartel. Good evening, Joanna.
Hello, I'm alone in the room.
Great, thank you. We'll dive into our regular agenda right now, which starts with public comment.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we seal the minutes of our non-public session of June 7th, 2021 until the matter has been concluded.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectman Brown. The clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an opportunity for the public to weigh in with comments they'd like to make to the Select Board. We do ask, though, that if your comments are relative to any of the discussion items on the agenda, that you wait for that discussion item to come up. I'll pause at this time for hands to be raised. I see we have one hand up for public comment. It is a phone number ending in 7049, it looks like. If we could let that individual in. And for the record, if you'd state your name and your address.
Hi, this is Robert Ficara. I live on 6 Columbus Avenue in Exeter. I own the Exeter Bowling Lanes and Shooter's Pub. Thank you very much for this time. I would like to state the fact that the construction that has just happened on the intersection at the end of Columbus Ave, Brentwood Road, and the Epping Road is going to be something that is not only detrimental to the business of the Exeter Bowling Lanes and Shooter's Pub, as we have for 30 years encouraged our customers that come, quite frankly, from Maine and Massachusetts and the Seacoast, as well as Manchester and the Epping areas. We encourage them to come Route 101 to exit 9, 1.3 miles down, take a right, and Columbus Ave is right there, as opposed to sending them through the bandstand, which honestly I think is doing a favor for everybody in town. Now this intersection is blocked off. Cars are being directed down 111A to a turn on Washington Street, to a turn on Spruce Street, to a turn on Columbus Avenue. It's creating a very dangerous situation as well as an inconvenience. And then, marketing a business in a small neighborhood is tough enough without doing this. The other option is for cars to go all the way down to the other end of Winter Street, across from Park Street, and taking a right there, which brings you into another dangerous situation, another narrow residential street with a lot of activity on it. So there's great concern about that. The Exeter Bowling Lanes, it's estimated that with our customers, we have over 850 cars a week that come into our parking lot. And I would say easily 2/3 of those people come from the direction of Route 27, the Epping Road. I'm very concerned not only in how this is going to hurt my business, which has been there for 75 years, but the traffic that's going to happen on Winter Street, which is what Exeter TV is directing people to do. Washington Street is a very narrow street. Cars parked on either side, kids playing out in the streets, and as it gets down the front street, it's even narrower. And once the kids from the high school are going back to the SST, I was a teenager once too, but we didn't have cell phones back then. We know what that's going to present. So I realized that I'm not on the agenda for this meeting with this issue, and I don't know where to go from here. I'm very disappointed in what has happened. I'm very, very disappointed that every neighbor that I talk to, people are coming up to me, finding me. We didn't know anything about this. And 3 years ago, we did canvass the neighborhood because there was talk of this, and word was made known to the town that there was concerns about this. The traffic study that was done, my understanding, was done on a Tuesday afternoon, August 21st, 2018, from 7 to 9 in the morning. Anybody that's spent any amount of time in this town knows that that is probably the quietest week of the year. Those times are also, I mean, I don't understand how anybody could look and see that there is a business on that street and not ask the opinion of what that business's clientele and activity schedule is. At this point, Chairman, I don't know where to go from here. I'm starting to get a little hot under the collar, and it's not the weather. So I think I should just stop what I have to say right here, and I would like a chance to come to a future meeting, and I'm really trying to understand why the town that I have tried to do a lot for, to be a good neighbor, to give back more than we get, was not taken into consideration at all. And I don't care if somebody says there were public meetings. Somebody should have come to talk to me. So I respectfully will thank you for your time. And I look forward to the opportunity to see what we can do about this mess. Thank you.
Mr. Fakar, if you would stay on the line for just a minute. Mr. Dean, I think by way of history, correct me if I'm wrong, this began with a warrant article back in 2017. And I think that, much like some other projects, it was delayed due to funding or grants or so forth. And I think that we had a resident come before us sometime in the fall about another project, questioning the delay, a little bit of a different question than Mr. Fakar, but nonetheless wanting to get an update from the town. So I think that where so much time has elapsed between the warrant article and now, Mr. Fakar has obviously brought up some good points, and I think that it would be ideal for both the town and the neighborhood to have ample notice that maybe we would give an update or discuss this matter further. So I'd like to see this as a discussion item on a future select board date. I'm thinking perhaps June 21st. That will give the town enough time to put together material for an update, and also enough time for us to note it, and for the neighbors or anybody in the neighborhood that wishes to come on to either get an update or to speak about the project, some time to get their thoughts together. Mr. Fakar, I appreciate you coming before the board with your comments, and I apologize for your frustration. You have been a long-term businessman in this community, and you've done an awful lot for the community. Nonetheless, as anybody, you're a citizen, you're a taxpayer, and we appreciate your comments. And I'd like to put this on the agenda for a discussion so that we can all hopefully try to bring a resolution or at least satisfy some of your concerns.
Thank you. I think that one of the things that gets done is that because there is a lot to running a town, and I do not profess to know how to do that, but I will state that anytime I inquire about things, I get numbers thrown at me. And I don't want to sound philosophical here, but we don't live by numbers. We live by the actual steps that we take. And for somebody to take a look at numbers from studies, in my opinion, is an incomplete thought process. I think that the several intersections in town that need work done on it, and maybe other intersections need work on it, I will state right now that I will volunteer my time to get on a committee where there is residential input, along with the numbers, so that there can be conversations that add to our quality of life, not take away from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaccaro. Mr. Dean, if we could put that on the agenda for the June 21st meeting.
Yes, we'll have that on and give you a rundown of events to date.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll pause for a moment to see if there's any other public comment on any subjects other than what's on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, if I could just chime in real quick. I see that there is another person calling in. If that person would like to raise their hand, or for anyone else on the phone who would like to, you can enter *9 on the keypad, and that will raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, and we'll get to you.
Thank you, Dan. I will pause for another moment if somebody's calling in. Do you still see them, Dan?
They are still here, but they haven't raised their hand.
Okay. All right. Then at this point, we'll move on from public comment and go back to our agenda. Our next item, proclamations and recognitions. We do not have any this evening, so we'll move right to the approval of the Select Board meeting minutes of Monday, May 24th, 2021. And I'd first ask the board if there are any revisions or amendments to the minutes. Okay, seeing none, then I would entertain a motion to approve the Exeter Select Board meeting minutes of Monday, May 24th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We have several appointments this evening, the first of which is for the Housing Advisory Committee. As you all remember, we interviewed Kathy Corson at our last meeting. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to appoint Kathy Corson to the Housing Advisory Committee for a term to expire on April 30th, 2022.
So moved.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Kathy. Thank you for volunteering. We have two open vacancies for full members on the Conservation Commission, and based on the chair's recommendation, I would entertain a motion to appoint Nick Campion as a full member to the Conservation Commission for a term to expire April 30th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Nick, for volunteering. And we also have Kristen Osterwood being recommended as a full-time member. So I would entertain a motion to appoint Kristen Osterwood as a full member to the Conservation Commission for a term to expire April 30th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Selectwoman Cowan.
Aye.
Selectman Brown.
Aye.
Clerk says aye. Mr. Chair.
Aye, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kristen, for volunteering. I will note that with these Conservation Commission appointments, it creates 2 alternate member openings with those terms to expire April 30th, 2023 and April 30th, 2024, respectively. So we would look for some applications to come in for these 2 openings. Thank you. Moving on to our discussion items. The first item, as per usual, is our COVID-19 update. I know things are moving along well. We're almost there, taking a corner, I think. Chief Wilking and Mr. Murray will tell us. And then afterwards, we'll hear from the Parks and Rec about the opening of town indoor facilities. And lastly, Mr. Dean will lead a discussion with the board about committees and boards perhaps moving to meeting in person. So without any further ado, Chief Wilking, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Select Board, Mr. Dean, and guests. And you are correct. The town, as well as the state, is looking much better. The numbers are encouraging every week. In fact, the state has decided to reduce the amount of times that they provide statistics to not only the media outlets, but the communities and public health networks to just Monday to Friday. So we waited all weekend to kind of see what happened in Exeter. And I'm happy to tell you that there were no new cases over the weekend. So Exeter has seen 2 positive COVID cases over the past week. First time we've had less than kind of 1 a day since last November. So awesome numbers. Statewide, 6 people did pass with COVID, but none in Rockingham County. So I think a lot of things continue to get better. Vaccinations are exceeding 70% for those at least with their first shot, to the point where I'll kind of roll right into my second bullet. The state has decided to no longer offer first dose Moderna and Pfizer at the fixed sites. So this is kind of a PSA for anybody listening. If you have not yet been vaccinated and want to be, they're recommending scheduling at your local pharmacy, your physician, or even the hospital will offer, as well as perhaps James will speak to some local clinics. But the fixed site is winding down with a goal of closing June 30. After as many second dose vaccinations as possible. All of those are hanging out there. So time's of the essence. If you've received your first dose, please head to Newington and receive your second dose and finish that series. We had a successful student vaccination clinic over the weekend. I know James was there, and I am absolutely raining on his thunder, as I've done numerous times here. But a little over 160 students had signed up in the previous weeks, and my hat's off to the schools. We couldn't do this without Esther's help and others. It's truly a cooperative cooperative for the Public Health Network and the SAU. So about 132 students did receive their vaccinations, age 12 to 17, and we're happy to provide second dose clinic on June 27. For those that receive the first dose, or of course they can go to the fixed site and receive their second dose too. And then just a final quick report. I don't know what I thought, but the transition from the mask ordinance to the advisory has gone very well, extremely smooth. I know my wife and I have been walking downtown, and this is very anecdotal, but everywhere we go, there are folks without masks. There are businesses that respectfully have asked for masks, and that is being adhered to. My ice cream fix at Stillwell's every night is met with a smile on their face and a mask on mine, because that's what they ask. But it's going really well. We haven't heard any reports of confrontations or shaming or all that we considered a possibility. So I can't speak highly enough of our residents, and we're acting like adults, and things are getting much better as we move along downtown. So, proud of all, and look forward to some encouraging numbers as we move forward.
Great, thank you, Chief. Okay. Are there any questions for the Chief before we move on to Mr. Murray? Great. Good evening, James.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and guests. I don't have too much to add to that. Like the Chief said, we had a really good clinic yesterday at the school, 132 vaccinated. Assistant Chief Pison and myself I don't believe we have any first dose clinics coming up. We have a couple second dose clinics to wrap up. Still happy to organize that with any businesses or any groups that want to organize that. You can reach out to us. Otherwise, that's pretty much it. We're trending in the right direction. For the board's knowledge, on the June 21st meeting, I'll be unable to make it. It's that time of year I do my annual tour with the Army Reserves, so I'll be out for that meeting, but I'm happy to come back after that and give updates as necessary.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Any questions for James? All right, James, thanks again for everything. Next, we have Mr. Bison, who's going to talk about the opening of town indoor facilities. And Greg, I apologize. When I first looked at you, I thought you had a propeller hat on, but I see that it's a ceiling fan in your background.
Ceiling fan. I had to shut off the AC, Mr. Chair, so you guys wouldn't be drowned out. So yes, we're proposing opening the town facilities, all town facilities at 100% capacity. We feel that that's the right move. Masks are recommended for those that are not vaccinated. That's one important thing. We would get signage as well that posts that we would recommend it, as well as put verbiage in our permitting paperwork to pretty much have the user sign off. Then, if you would give us to July 1st, we can organize a proper schedule and give it to DPW to organize cleaning, as you can see in the memo. And thank you, Chief Wilkins, for bringing this to our attention after last meeting. That FEMA will reimburse for cleaning from COVID-19. So as long as we bring in a third party, it is fully reimbursable. So we would pass that on, and if and when that changes, we would recommend using the American Recovery Act money just for this year, and then moving forward, we'll see how it works out.
And you feel comfortable you can accomplish all this by July 1st?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have about 22 applications in the file right now.
Okay. All right, great. Any questions for Mr. Bison? Russ, would you like a motion from the board to officially reopen the buildings as of July 1st?
No, I don't. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I know you mean for special events?
Yes.
If you're going to move to open them for special events, I would say yes.
Okay.
Somebody else wants a motion too, I think.
Mr. Dean, are you differentiating that from, say, someone renting the back room of the Arts Gallery for a meeting?
No, I was just actually thinking about how in this, with us as staff, we've had our facilities open to the public for quite a while. So if the July 1st date is good and you can word it in such a way that it just references special events or, other things other than town operations, then that would be fine. But a consensus of the board is fine too. I don't need to vote on it.
So special permitted events, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is the board comfortable with just a consensus, or would somebody rather make a motion?
I'm okay with the consensus.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Selectman Brown?
Consensus is fine with me.
And I'm fine with that as well. So July 1st, Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll get that going starting tomorrow.
Okay. And I think we're going to see you later in the agenda, correct? All right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, we received a memo, or an email rather, from the NHMA last week, I believe, reminding us that the governor's executive order expires this Friday, June 11th. And with that expiration, presumably boards and committees will need to start meeting in person. We talked about this briefly at our last meeting, and I asked you to talk with staff and IT and Exeter TV as to how we would make this work. So I think a couple of things. First off, obviously we won't know until Friday whether the governor is going to let it expire or extend it. At which time, if he does extend it, we can continue to meet virtually. But if not, and I think that with the NHMA sending out a specific detailed email like that they anticipate he'll let it expire. we need to start making plans to meet in person. I know Mr. Sharples is on as a participant. I think for the land use boards, the ZBA and the planning board, any meeting that's already been noted or anybody that's been notified in writing has been notified that the meetings would be virtual. Again, the ZBA meeting is as close as next Tuesday, June 15th. So presumably those meetings would have to be canceled, rescheduled, and re-notified. But for the select board and other committees and boards, we would be able to hit the ground running effective Monday. So can you just walk us through the progress you've made since our last meeting?
Sure. So we had today, actually, I had Bob Kulacki, who's also on the call, and Andy Swanson and myself. We went through some of the things that we need to prepare to have the EXTV space ready to go, and also Channel 22 and Channel 98. And so we did a mock-up of a meeting, just made sure all the technical items were in place. And, by and large, I think we're ready to go. I think one of the issues to sort of work through is the idea that I'm sure some people are going to look at, can we hold a hybrid type meeting? And again, when the order ends, what will be required is a physical location for the meeting, but it won't preclude from having a hybrid meeting. Now, Bob can speak to this as well, but he and I were working on that today, and he was doing an excellent job priming us to do that. I don't know that we're ready for prime time on that quite yet. I think technically we might be there, but it's going to take a little bit of training of our board and committee members if that's something they're really interested in pursuing. So we are taking, sort of the KISS approach right now, which is get us back in the room, get us sitting down together, having a meeting, and going back to what we would normally consider to be a local government meeting of our boards.
Under what obligation, if any, are we required to offer a hybrid meeting?
We're not required to offer a hybrid meeting at all.
Okay. And one of the, I guess if you could, one of the few good things about how we've conducted meetings over the last 14 months is that I think the public had access to almost every committee that met because it was either on Zoom or Facebook or YouTube or Channel 22. And I know that staff was sort of restricted with staff, was restricted with rooms and times and dates and all of that. How difficult would it be to continue to televise most of the committees that we've been televising over the last year?
Oh, I think it would be very difficult to do that. I think we'd have a hard time. I mean, we have begun making our lists, and what the direction that I've given the staff is basically to make our boards like the Conservation Commission, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, the Planning Board. Those are the priority boards that really need to be on TV first before we go into some of our advisory committees. It's not playing favorites. It's just the way it is with the boards themselves. So just looking at that, I think the short answer to your question is it would be a great challenge to put all of our boards and committees and commissions on TV with the staffing we have today.
So for our next meeting, can you and Bob and staff take a look at what bandwidth we have, how many meetings and how many committees can we televise realistically so that we can sort of, try to get as many in as possible?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll take a look at that for you. Yeah.
Julie?
Yes, I'd just like to point out that during this time when we've been meeting virtually, it's been easier for the staff actually to run these meetings from remotely, as opposed, and it's been better for us to have people who can actually work two jobs and deal with us at night, as opposed to actually coming in downtown. So that's why we have to have a discussion about how we're going to move forward. It's not because we've never done it before. It's because we need to know we have the personnel to do it.
And EXTV resources, I'll add to that, are really stretched at the moment. And that is one of the issues that we do have to deal with. And we may be back talking with you shortly about a couple of ideas of how to remedy that situation. But it's a tight labor market for sure, and it's difficult to keep people. So we are going through that with a fine-tooth comb right now.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Selectman Brown?
I definitely have an appreciation for it. Makes it easier for the staff to be able to work remotely. And I think, I don't know the historical data, but I would wager that select board attendance will be easier to maintain a hybrid, or any committee will be easier to keep, a truly open attendance if we keep hybrid in mind or in practice from day one.
Selectwoman Gilman.
Well, I would just like to add that is what I would favor too, is have a hybrid meeting, because we do get more participation in these virtual meetings. But in my experience with having those in the State House, it still involved a person either in place or close by to manage the interaction between the television screen and the sound controls, et cetera. It wasn't quite as simple as doing it this remotely.
Thank you.
That's just a point of consideration for the future discussion.
Okay, thank you. Selectman Brown?
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, it's in response to the comment from Mr. Ficaro about Shooter's Pub and the notification of things. That was basically referencing a pre-COVID time where, a meeting on Tuesday morning was inaccessible, or a meeting could be inaccessible just by nature of, where it had to be. And I think the blessing of COVID has been we have a new way to meet that is accessibility is that's what it's all about. So.
Thank you. Selectwoman Gilman.
Yeah, sorry for adding on to it, but I would like to, just for clarification, there was a bill that was going to put forward the legality of continuing to do virtual meetings, and it was knocked down to having a study committee to talk about having virtual meetings. So as far as the board is concerned, we have to meet in person until the study committee's done and makes a report, and another bill is presented, which won't be until next January. So it's frustrating. So, but again, it's really just the board itself that has to meet in person and not the public. So anything we can do to look at that would be great.
Okay. Great. Excellent point. Thank you. Bob Glowacki from Exeter TV.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add, I'd be happy to meet with any of the board members to demonstrate the hybrid setup in the Novak room. It would help us to practice if someone wanted to come and check it out. So we'd be happy to set something up this week or early next week if someone wanted to come in and see what it would be like. We'd be happy to do that.
Great. Thank you, Bob. Any other comments, Selectwoman Cowan?
Question about availability in terms of people on committees running the meeting or facilitating the meetings, so that we don't always have, or committees don't always have to have a staffer there in order to make it accessible.
That's a good point.
And that's a challenge as well. If I understood your question right.
I understand, but I also, to the other select board members' points, accessibility of meetings and participation increases when there are different ways to access meetings. And I just wonder if it's something, we have a lot of talented people on boards, and can we, train or ask or whatever, not to take the place of our EXTV staff, but not to, in order to get everybody on TV and everybody accessible. Is that possible? And what would that look like?
We definitely need to do some training, and I would recommend you go into YouTube and look at my state municipal and county government meetings. Like the first one we had in February, I think, which is where we worked out all the kinks about sound and reverberation and raising your hand, et cetera, just so you get an idea of what people are going to have to get used to with a hybrid meeting. and it would involve training volunteers to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think Bob would have to speak to, as far as like the staffing model that Molly suggested, whether or not there's enough people right now on staff that could handle that.
Bob?
Yeah, I could just, as far as the meetings that are in the Novak room that we would traditionally film, and kind of to answer that question in a previous one, right now we were doing about 22 to 24 meetings per month. Historically, we did 10 to 12. So that's kind of what we're going back to, or that's the plan at least. And then maybe we can readdress, expanding that back to some of these that we have expanded this past year. But I think for all the virtual stuff, we would handle all of it, the hybrid side of it, if it's in the Novak room. There just isn't really any other location that the town has that can be set up that way. Possibly the wheelwright room with the television that's in there, but it's quite small, so there's no distancing or anything. So that's kind of a more limiting factor than doing setting it up like that. For some of the smaller boards, if they were to do it themselves, we'd be happy to train. Just I'm not sure there's a location if there's still a physical location required.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, before way down in the agenda, we're going to talk about review board calendar, but I think it's going to be vital that we add a select board meeting for next Monday, which is June 11th. No, it's not. It's June 14th. I'm sorry. Regardless of what happens, something's going to happen Friday. Either the executive order is going to expire or it's going to be extended. Folks are going to want to know how and where we're meeting. And just as important, our committees and boards are going to be looking for guidance from us as to how they're going to meet. So, Mr. Dean, I would like to schedule a regular select board meeting for next Monday, June 14th. And one of the discussion items, or the first discussion item, will be moving forward with how we're going to meet. And Bob has generously offered to give us a demonstration. I think maybe later this week I can take him up on that offer, as well as any other board members that want to come down and meet with you and Bob. But certainly, once you post the meeting Friday afternoon, you'll have a better idea of whether or not we're going to be meeting virtually or in person. So, I think it's, as a board, it's important that we meet again next Monday to address this and a couple other matters. So we'll leave it at that for now. But I think our committees and boards should prepare to start meeting in person. And certainly by Friday and Monday evening, we'll be able to advise committees and boards as to exactly, what is expected of them, and they can start making preparations. Perhaps in addition to posting the meeting notice, if maybe your office could email all of the boards and committee chairs and let them know that we'll be talking about this Monday evening. Certainly we'd love them in attendance, or at least get their input. And then obviously, Tuesday morning, you'd be notifying them via email is how we're proceeding. So.
Yes, we'll coordinate all of that, and we're going to be on the fly here. You're right, so we will.
Okay, great. And if you hear anything in the meantime, if you keep us posted, of course, and I'll reach out to you and Bob. Maybe we can meet up later this week.
Okay,
great.
And just for reference, Mr. Chair, if the emergency order is run out and no longer applies, boards and committees and commissions can still have at least a quorum has to be physically present in whatever place the meeting is posted for, but some people could still call in electronically, either by phone or by video.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The next item was for a public hearing for restoration of involuntary merged lot. However, the town manager's office, as well as the select board, I think, received some new information and regarding this discussion item, and town staff needs a little bit more time to investigate or at least provide us with some additional information. So I don't think that we're ready to deliberate this matter tonight. So I would respectfully request that the board make a motion to table this discussion item until our June 21st, 2021 meeting. Mr. Dean, will that give us enough time?
Yes, it should be. It should give you enough time.
Okay.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none?
Selectwoman Cowan?
Aye.
Selectman Brown?
Aye.
And clerk says aye. Mr. Chair?
Aye, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next we have our first reading on animal control ordinance amendment. Mr. Dean, do you care to introduce this for us?
Sure. This is a proposed ordinance update to the animal control ordinance. And basically what this change would do is it would add Kids Park and Townhouse Common to the areas where dogs are not allowed. When we went through our ordinance after Parks and Rec had some issues with dogs in those locations, we found that neither of those two spots were listed. So we thought we'd bring forward this proposal to allow for a conversation whether the board was interested in adding those to the list of parks where we prohibit dogs in the town.
Great. Questions or comments from the board? Mr. Bisson, did you have any comments?
Not whatever, Mr. Chair. Especially the Kids Park one is a no-brainer. We've just spent a lot of money on renovating it, and we have a lot of small kids. If you've gone by, that is probably the busiest park now we have, besides Planet Playground. So I would advise, and we've gotten several complaints of dogs walking in there.
Okay. And Mr. Dean, remind me how many readings do we need?
This would be the first of 3.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? And I'll pause for a moment. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring